Ay, 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 ay. Alright, let me grab this Switch controller real quick. Today's starting a lot later than usual. I know. First, welcome. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call. Let's see. Do you think is it Goda TVR or Godat VR? Either way, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We are kind of starting a bit later, than not even kind of. We are starting way later than what I normally do. But I finished the video a lot sooner than I anticipated I would. And I feel like that's in cause for a bit of a celebration, you know. Okay, no drift. No drift, that's awesome. I feel like the game volume is kind of low in general, but fuck it. It might be louder when we get in. So yeah, the video came out a lot sooner than I really thought it would. Came out a lot sooner than I really thought it would. And like, I was expecting to have it done and uploaded by the 2nd of July. I'm glad you liked it. But as the title suggests, today is just going to be a more relaxing day. Less, Here we go. I don't know why that's not working. What? This is working. See, for a sec, there was like one thing. Oh yeah, that's right. No damage debuff realism. So I brought this up in the video. If anyone who watched it already, I love this mod. This mod in particular, it treats it like a mutation. It treats it like a mutation. But basically, it has all the aspects about realism minus the, weapons being super spongy. Because I really don't like it. I don't think it's particularly fun. If you know what I mean. Today's gonna look funny. Today's gonna look funny. I hope everything works. We might crash. I got too many mods installed because I downloaded a shit ton prior to this. I hope no one talks. Like, I hope none of the characters talk. Because I downloaded the mod to make them all mute, in a sense. This is gonna look really stupid. Just a heads up. It's a heads up, this is gonna look really stupid. There's talking. Yeah. I thought I downloaded the talker. I thought I downloaded the...
Goddamn right.
That's funny as shit. Alright. That's weird. Alright, maybe... Hold on. I want to see if there's actually a talker that could be conflicting with it. Because, yeah, it says mute all survivors except NPCs right there. That's the thing. I think at this point, man, I have spent more time modding the game than actually playing it. For sure. Also, hello, Wolflord and Dravid. Wolflord, we're live on Twitch this time as well. So if you want to use your points, you know, you can. Maybe it's in sounds. No, yeah, like, I made it because, like, I'm not gonna say no one has ever talked about Left 4 Dead's weapons, but I remember, like, just like, I'm really trying to find something that could be messing with the talker, but let me just get a better one. I'll just get mute all survivors. I think, yeah, you said that last stream, Dravid. Mute all, just mute all. I'm just gonna type in mute survivors. All survivors and NPCs muted. Maybe this will do the trick. Yeah, fuck it. And yes, I'm using big picture mode. Shut up. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. Are you gonna say anything?
Look here.
Wait. Yeah, I don't know why the talker is getting, or the mute. Something is overriding the muted dialogue. Something is overriding the muted dialogue. For sure. A lot of time. Oh, shit. No, yeah. So unfortunately, yeah, you have the inferior version of the pumps for sure, because you guys are still locked at 56. You guys are like kind of like still locked at 56 ammo reserve. I am just going to, I don't know, get rid of these, see what changes. Scripts. Sounds. Survivors and weapons. I already had to wear glasses to go to, like, I could just take my fucking glasses off at that point. Alright, so...
Kiss my ass.
Now the talker is still working. I wonder if it's also one of those where you have to restart the game. Or... One thing I don't like about modding this game is that I've always wished that the I've always wished that the I feel like I might have to restart the game, but either way. Yeah, there's just some mods where you just have to fucking... Like, you have to restart stuff in order for it to work. Because, yeah, I don't see anything here that should be conflicting with the talker. So, I don't know if... Because the thing about the talker is that the survivors don't talk even if you try to brute force it with, you know, the talker. Like, if you have them on mute. See, all survivors NPCs muted. All that there. I feel like I might just have to restart the game. This normally just works. But I downloaded a bunch of shit. Like, I just compiled a bunch of shit together. What's a good mutation mod I recommend? Well, no damage debuff realism. The most recent one of the more recent ones that came out, Survivor Versus, is a lot of fun. That one is genuinely a lot of fun. I really like that one. I don't know what it is to Wolflord. The game loves to crash the most on Dark Carnival. Like, the game loves to crash specifically on Dark Carnival. What's my favorite map? The Parish. Well, it's my personal favorite campaign out of all of them. Alright, let me, Like, it's far from the... Although, like, it's my favorite one stylistically and all that stuff, and I like the flow. Although, I admit that sometimes I think it's a little too easy. Let's see... Alright, Brute Force? Nothing?
Suck on that!
But there... Okay. I wonder if it just brute forces with the talker, but... Because there was... No friendly fire line. No friendly fire line at all. No friendly fire lines. So we might be in the clear here. Like, actually. Let's see if just the noises work. Hold on, let me set the controller down. I want to see if it's drifting at all. No, it's not drifting. Okay, that's good. That's the thing, too. I play on a Nintendo Switch controller with gyro functionality. So, and sometimes the gyro drifts. Sometimes the gyro will drift. But I think we're good. So, like, the problem with this game crashing is ultimately the fact that Left 4 Dead 2 is not 64-bit. And it hasn't been 64-bit for a very long time. Sick. Sick. So yeah, I apologize if the footage looks like shaky and all that, but that's because, you know, I play on a gyro controller. I was using a gyro controller for most of the footage in my recent video anyhow. I tried Glove-tastic maps a long time ago. Like, but this was before I was even a streamer. Dead. What's my favorite special effect? The Charger, hands down. The Charger, in my opinion, was the best addition that the game ever got. But I would say from a okay, like in terms of one that's like fun to fight against and all that stuff, the Charger for sure. If we're gonna talk about like from a versus perspective, people don't talk about how much of a game changer the Spitter was, like when she got added to the game in this one. Because as I said, I brought up in my video, but camping, it didn't matter. Like even if the M10, even if the M10 wasn't in the game, camping would have been king, just because there was no Spitter. There's just straight up no incentive to make it so that the survivors won't camp. In versus, specifically. Let's see. Ah. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna say that the game is worse off with the jockey or anything, but sometimes I just wonder what is the jockey's like real purpose. He feels like the most filler between the Spitter and the Charger. But it also depends. When you play a campaign like Primary I do, the jockey is like the worst infected to go up against. Evil ass puppy place. What does that mean? I'm not running left for bots, but the bots are really fucking honing in on like some of the enemies. See. This is so dumb, by the way. Like, I remember I had this idea, like, when I was playing Nightmare Redux, where, like, I'm like, I want to change it to just Deltarune Survivors just because I think it'd be really funny, like, visually speaking. Whoa! Ow. Sometimes I often forget just how tanky something is. No, yeah, trust me, I know. Alright, I think I've played, like, even now, as much as I've played this game on PC, like, I think even now I've played this game on Xbox more. Well, it's not even so much I'm doing everything. This is Nightmare-esque, more or less. So a long time ago, a modder that I am like, you know, that I once kind of worked alongside with by the name of Red, made a really cool mod pack called Nightmare Reimagined, which essentially was meant to bridge the gap between Yoru's Nightmare and vanilla gameplay. But, however, they also made another mod pack just simply called Dietmare, and all it was is that it was just Nightmare, but from a visual standpoint, but it would still play and function exactly like vanilla. You know what I mean? It would still play and function exactly like vanilla, but it would have just the look, the aesthetics, and all that stuff. Although it doesn't have quite the look or aesthetics of Yoru's Nightmare, it feels... It's more so of Red's vision of Nightmare and all that stuff, and there's aspects of it that feel very Yoru's, and also feels very Waltz's. Hold on a second. I want to grab something because I realized I left my water bottle on the opposite side of the room, and if I'm going to talk a lot, you know, you got to dehydrate. I mean, you got to hydrate, you know. I also want to plug this thing in. Almost plugged that in backwards. Shit. Whoa. Oh. Wolflord, thank you for the subscription on Twitch for 2 months. Thank you very much. Come on. Are you fucking serious? I see. Okay. Okay, so yeah, they swapped the. I bet Beast Mode Dylan. Thank you also for coming over to the Twitch side, and thank you for the follow. Come on. Did I just fucking bug, dude? Are you kidding me? Wait, I don't have fucking admin system, do I? Oh my god, I don't have admin system on. Alright, guys, we soft locked. That's so awesome. No, we got fucking soft locked. Alright, I need Whitaker for rushers. I don't know, I think the fucking talker mod, the talker mod, like, that mutes everyone because Whitaker didn't talk, it must have, like, messed up somehow. So, whoa, whoops, I did not mean to do that. So it must have... Like, I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Left 4 Dead 1 got an update today? Fixed custom sprays not displaying for remote clients. What the fuck? Okay. That's all it was. What the hell? That's really funny. Oh, Black Amazon Girl, thank you. Oh, I'm getting a lot of follows. Oh, thank you all. Black Amazon Girl and Fisher, thank you for the follow. Whoa. You know, with the video that I came out with today, I could have said a lot more, and I even wanted to say a lot more in general. Yeah, I even wanted to say a lot more. But, as I said, I didn't want to keep the video for too long. There was a lot of, other talking points I wanted to bring up, such as that I personally think that the Bile Jar is way too strong. But I think the Bile Jar could stay the way that it is, but the Pipe Bomb needs to change. The Pipe Bomb needs to change. It has to... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, the pipe bomb has to, yeah, the pipe bomb in general would have to change. I think the pipe bomb should function like a proper grenade. Because if you ever seen Left 4 Dead 1 in its beta days, have you ever seen Left 4 Dead 1 in its beta days? The pipe bomb was not the, it was not a horde alluring explosive. It was meant to just be tossed and it would bounce once and then it would explode. And personally, I do like that concept, but I will admit that in the very first game, it didn't need to do that. Like, I think the horde alluring grenade approach that it took was the best route for it. But now with the bile jar in Left 4 Dead 2, I think the pipe bomb in general is kind of a little redundant. And I think if the pipe bomb got changed to what I use in a mod pack, my favorite, I got two favorite mods for the pipe bomb. One that makes it makes the explosion deal 1,000 damage, like if it explodes at a tank's feet point blank, and another one that makes it like function like the beta where it bounces one time and then it explodes. I love that. It's, in my opinion, perfect because now the bile jar is your horde alluring throwable, but also the bile jar is actually just straight up better. It lasts longer. You don't have to worry about bouncing physics or anything of the sort. It explodes, upon making impact with the surface. It lasts so long as a horde allure. And in my opinion, it's so good because it doesn't kill. A lot of people don't know that it doesn't kill, it's really good. Because when the pipe bomb allures a horde, it will kill, and then it will spawn, and then the director will spawn infected in front of you. However, sorry, just checking. I'm checking the scripting on the mods before we start the game again, but the thing that makes the bile so good is because of the fact it doesn't kill. Because when the pipe bomb kills a horde, the director is going to choose to spawn more enemies in front of you. But however, the bile bomb, because it doesn't kill, if you just toss it and run, then those enemies now need to catch up to you once it runs out. So, and the director won't really try to spawn commons in front of you. It's going to try to spawn specials in front, but it won't try to spawn commons in front of you. And therefore, the bile is better because your path will be a lot clearer of commons. Versus, with pipe bomb, you just get them off of your back, but it's going to spawn more in front. Whoa. Oh, not realism. I wanted, There we go. Because I also wanted the, because I was playing on regular campaign too, and I didn't mean to. Okay, what I'll say. Oh, damn, I got hit already. Do you think that bug will happen again? Well, I downloaded a mod called Whitaker for Rushers. Oh shit. I downloaded a mod called Whitaker for Rushers, and it essentially changes it so that as soon as you enter the gun shop, Whitaker should start talking and like then the door will open. And so we'll see if we get that bug again. I hope we don't. I thought I... Whoa! That was like something straight out of versus mode with the way that it, like, you know... Whoa. I wonder, does it, yeah. The Team Side-Scroller Aesthetics mod has changed so much since I last used it. Well, now that it's officially back on the workshop, it wasn't on the workshop for a long time, you know. Let's see, I want to turn things down a bit, but yeah, it wasn't on the workshop for the longest time. But yeah, it like Dead Center did not look like it. It did look this orange, but it was a lot more saturated back then. Now it actually just looks better. I am curious to see how some of the other maps were like, because if the original Team Side-Scroller Aesthetics mod actually looks like all proper for the oh shit. Because if the Team Side-Scroller Aesthetics actually, wow, looks all fucking... If the Team Side-Scroller Aesthetics mod actually looks proper for the Left 4 Dead 2 maps, because back then it didn't look really good on them, then I'll be definitely happy about that. You ever done speedrunning? Not really. Not for this game, anyway. I've done speedrunning in general for video games, but not really for... Not for Left 4 Dead, no. Like, I know some of the speedrun strats and all that, like, I incorporate them in my normal gameplay. But, like, in terms of, like trying to, like, if we're talking about, like, the likes of, like, you know, trying to do some of the things like waifu runs and all that, like, trying to do all campaigns and all that, nah, I don't. And even the speedrunning that I got into was never, like, I only ever got into one game for speedrunning. And that is GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64. I used to speedrun the hell out of that game. But more so, it was just because it was a lot more digestible to me back then. Because if you ever see GoldenEye speedrunning, it's just based on a level. They do it just based on a level by level, yeah, it's on a level by level basis, you know? it's on a level by level basis, so like, you know, it's a lot more digestible to me because I can just grind out one level and all that stuff. And it's just like all about getting the best time in that level. But also, not to say that there's no glitches used in GoldenEye. Not that to say that there's no glitches used in GoldenEye, but the glitches, like, GoldenEye speedruns are relatively glitchless. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't glitches or anything of the sort. There are some speedruns, there are some levels where you need to get really, really, really fucking lucky in order to, you have to get really, 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 really fucking lucky and, like, get a, like, just be able to perform, like, a glitch in the game. Huh. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that game is, like, I kind of want to showcase something real quick, y'all. I hope I could do this without the game crashing. One thing I thought about doing too is kind of also talking about my video on stream as well. Just maybe elaborating on some points or anything of the sort. But anyway, like GoldenEye 64 depot speed run. Let's look for the world record. Oh, he's doing double agent. Let's see, but is he gonna do the? No, he's not doing it. Wow, I'm having a hard time finding it, but I used to be really into GoldenEye speedrunning. The only thing remotely impressive I ever did in GoldenEye speedrunning was I tied for the old world record for Damn Agent, which that was Damn Agent 53. However, the thing is that wasn't really particularly impressive. Like, everyone, like, at a certain point, everyone and their mama fucking tied for Damn Agent 53 back then. I don't know if, like, I think it's still Damn Agent 52, but there's a crazy ass, like, unfortunately you can't see it here. There's a way to clip through this door. There is a way to clip through this door. So the thing about this is, that's insane, is, about this run in general, it's insane. Oh, this is Agent. No, double agent, I'm sorry. But you have to make a very precise shot at the train right there. If you hit this shot, the door will open, meaning that you can just, like, run through here. It just means that, you know, if you make that precise shot at the train, that means that both of these doors here will be open. And these doors, like, opening doors in GoldenEye takes a while. There's a whole animation. So by making that super precise ass shot right there, you will force the enemies to come out of that train and open the two doors needed to get in there, which saves you a bunch of time. But here's the thing that makes like, just runs for this so crazy, is that it is possible to clip through that garage door, right over, like, right on the right side there. Like, if I can hit just capture cursor, it is possible to clip through this door if you run at it at a super precise angle. But that's so hard because not only do you have to make this shot, you also need to keep maintaining full speed enough to be able to hit the door at that precise angle. It's insane. It's genuinely like insane. I wonder, like, I'm probably gonna have to search up like something from Carl Jotz because I know he's talked about all this stuff. I want to see like if that kind of looks like a clip from the I could have sworn he talked about Depot for just how like messed up it is. Oh, wait, this?
Really,
Yeah, right here.
what happened. We need to first go back. Jordan did something that was thought to be impossible for almost 10 years.
Just look at this.
In order to appreciate exactly what happened, we need to first go back to 2006. The runner Michael Kirkness was playing around on Depot Agent with the Turbo Mode cheat and discovered that it was possible to warp through one of the roller doors near the end of the stage. It seemed really promising, because if it actually worked without cheats, it would easily lower the world record. But unfortunately, it just didn't seem possible. It seemed as though it could only be done while taking advantage of the super speed that the Turbo Mode cheat allows. Over the years, it was brought up numerous times on the forums, and people never really completely lost hope that it might be possible to replicate under normal conditions. Now let's jump back to Logan Jordan. He was attempting to tie the current world record of 25 seconds. With the strategy that was in use at the time, we required a boost from a guard midway through the level. This guard would only appear on attempts that had the correct opening cinema, of which there are several. Naturally, runners would reset any attempt if they didn't get the correct cinema. But Logan would occasionally play out runs that had a bad cinema and attempt to go for the warp. It seemed like a fool's errand, but on the 26th of April 2015, Logan achieved this run.
There's an article I've read on why they didn't do that, because they obviously could have. The reason is kind of stupid.
You can see just how shocked Logan was to have actually warped the door. For 9 years, numerous runners had tried in vain to make the warp, but all had failed. The odds of Logan accidentally achieving this run are shockingly low. It is absolutely mind-blowing. Even now, knowing full well the warp is possible, players still often take many hours to achieve a single warp.
That is like crazy. That is like something that's crazy. Imagine like dedicating hours of your life that you won't get back, right? To just literally banging your head. Like literally banging your head against a wall, against a door to try to achieve an impossible warp. Like, but also there's other things that are very much RNG about GoldenEye. Just like in, like, you know, Amazon Girl, like, if you play Perfect Dark, you know that getting shot pushes you back. But those are genuine strategies that we incorporate, not also in Perfect Dark speedrunning, where we will purposely take damage to get boosts, to get a boost in, boost in speed and all that. But the thing is that those boosts are hard to get when you play on, like, low difficulties. because the chances of the enemy like hitting you are low on the lower difficulties. So you could be praying, you can just essentially be praying to get hit when the odds aren't in your favor in the first place. It's insane. Also, Vintage Commando, thank you for popping in, and thanks for thanks for your compliments as well. I had a lot of fun making that video for sure. Thankfully the video was only like really just tedious to make, but it wasn't like, it wasn't particularly difficult one to make. I have not seen Postal speedrunning, but I've heard of it. Unfortunately, I'm not really too well versed in Perfect Dark in general. I've only, like, I'm gonna be real with you, I've only beaten it once, and that was actually pretty recent. But I did genuinely, like, love it. Especially because of the likes of the PC port. The more recent, like, recompile PC port is pretty awesome. I've played it on original hardware, though. Like, I had it on the N64, but when I had it on the N64, I was just a kid. I was just playing, like, combat sims. Like, I was just playing multiplayer against the bots and stuff. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that, yeah, you can get it because it's an Xbox Live, like, arcade game on a 360. I personally don't care for the 360 version, even though I think visually it's beautiful, but the problem I have with the Xbox 360 version is the controls. Mainly because the dead zones on the sticks are way too large. You have to push the stick pretty far. It's hard to make precise shots. No, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. After playing on Gyro for so long as of late, because even now I'm playing on it. Yeah, because even now I'm playing on Gyro. Oh, shit. It feels weird to just play a game where I have to aim with the thumbstick normally. I almost can't go back to it. Any good budget recommend? Well, all right. If you could find a Switch 1 controller, like, you know, for cheap, I highly recommend that, because that's what I use. I primarily use that, but I recommend also finding some. Okay, here's the thing. Do you mind having two controllers? Because, for example, I have two different controllers. I have a Switch controller that I primarily use for like shooters and all that, but I also have an Xbox controller with no gyro, because I like to use that for my fighting games, my platformers, and also my driving games. Because they got analog triggers. I absolutely do not recommend any controller with analog triggers for if you're using gyro. And the reason for that is because when you fire like a gun in this game, like semi-automatic, like no matter how much I try, you see I shake. There's going to be some shake inherently every time you pull the trigger. So the idea with the digital trigger, like what's on the Switch, is that because you don't have to pull as far, well, here's the thing. No, well, ow. I'm running wired. Like, my Switch controller is directly plugged in into the PC. Oh! Yeah, my Switch remote is directly plugged into the PC. Oh, that's mean. This bitch won't move. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, sorry. Yeah. It's a controller that, so yeah, to kind of describe it, Dylan, the controller is the mouse. When I tilt the controller, when I pivot it, when I move it left or right and tilt it up and down, it functions like the mouse. But you combine that, you combine that with another function called Flick Stick. So Flick Stick is a really cool feature that you can input on Steam now. Before, it was like a very specific thing that you needed a specific program for a long time ago. But flick sticking is so that you can, like, controls the horizontal movement and all that, you know? It controls all the horizontal movement. And so it allows you to, you know, you can do like quick whips like this by just pressing the stick in a certain direction, or you can turn the stick clockwise or counterclockwise. Clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise. You can do like full like circular, you know, like, you know, rotations and all that stuff. But also what is important to have is a button that turns the gyro off. Because the thing is, so to be able to like whip it around like this and then have it just stop. It's kind of like, you know, when you play on a mouse and you lift the mouse off of the table for a moment. So it's kind of like that. And so yeah, you need some kind of button to turn the mouse off, because you could be playing a game like a shooter where you need to control the recoil and it goes up. But obviously when the recoil makes the screen go up, you use the mouse to like go press downward to fight it. And you do the same thing too when you're, you know, on a gyro controller. So say if it goes brrrr, like, you know, right here, and, you know, you tilt the controller down to try to fight it, your controller will be pointed downwards, but now you're looking up. So now I need to like aim it down, then I can press the gyro to kill the gyro, and then reset the controller in my hands, like position wise, to make it more comfortable. It's probably weird to explain when I put it like that, but I don't know. But anyway, so, well, you don't need just a, well, you need to get a specifically a first party Nintendo Switch 1 controller if you can help it. That's the one I recommend. However, let me introduce you guys to a company that has been my best friend in some way. And, well, not even in some way, in a lot of ways. I'm going to show you guys 8-Bit Do. Or 8-Bit Dough, whatever the fuck. These guys have, in some way or shape or form, have kind of been my best friend. They sell pretty good budget controllers. I'm also a fighting game player, so they make some nice budget friendly, you know, sticks, leverlesses, and all that stuff. Their controllers are pretty good. But if you want like something with gyro, I highly recommend just looking in just anything that they sell for the Switch. Anything that they sell for the Switch, like this one right here, or yeah, this one in particular. I would recommend getting one made for that's compatible with the Switch, because if it's compatible with the Switch, then it has gyro. Like, generally speaking, it has gyro, but it also needs to be wireless. But they make pretty good budget controllers with Hall Effect joysticks. Hall Effects being, you know, like, probably the best way to make your joysticks. You know, you don't got to deal with drift later down the line and all that. My only complaint with this one is that it has analog triggers, meaning that it's harder to shoot with, you know? It's harder to shoot with because, as I said, when you have to pull down an analog trigger, there is inherently more shake on the controller because you need to put it down all the way. Whereas a digital trigger, you don't have to worry about that. However, what it does have are 2 back paddle buttons that are really awesome. I wish I had this controller, honestly, because I would have one of those back paddle buttons be a button to turn the gyro off. I would have that, you know, be the button to turn the gyro off. Because the button that I normally have to turn the gyro off isn't really ideal, but I have to make it work anyway. But this is a good, like, you know, this is a good company. These, like, I'm talking nice about these guys because they, you know, they made good products that I've really meshed well with, and they, you know, I still have a couple of my controllers from them. So, you know, obviously I'm not like, yo, I endorse these guys, like, in that I recommend them, for sure. As someone who primarily likes to play, I imagine that their gyroscope controllers are pretty good. There is also one that's like come out very recently, over on Quamba. This is really interesting because Quamba is usually known for making fight sticks, arcade sticks, and all that stuff. So it really came as a surprise to me. when they came, when they, no. Where the fuck is it? They came out with a gamepad. They came out with a gamepad. I don't know where they put it. Pre-orders is on pre-orders. It's that one right there, that fucking gamepad right there. But I don't know, like they don't make it easy to find, because you might have to go to Quamba. You might have to go to Quamba Global and not Quamba USA. Quamba Global. What controller are you talking about? But either way, these ones do look interesting. I've not gotten one, but I do really want to try one because they look they look interesting. I don't know how good they are or anything in the store, but they got things that interest me. Like those, I think those are trigger stoppers. Yeah, I think those are trigger stoppers, which is pretty cool. I would like to have trigger stoppers, and they got the back buttons, Hall effect joysticks. Oh yeah, it is trigger stoppers. Yeah, Hall effect joysticks, and it's got gyroscope as well. 1000 hertz polling rate is pretty good. Honestly, that just means it's super responsive. And yeah, swappable D-pads as well. And they say that the D-pad is a clicky tactile D-pad, which is really cool. I like clicky tactile D-pads. For example, the modern Xbox controller has one, and it sounds like this. I really like it. It's my favorite D-pad. So I don't know. It might be interesting. I definitely want to get my hands on this. If I ever get my hands on this one day, I'll probably get back to y'all on if it's a good product or not. But we'll figure it out sooner or later. But yeah, let's get back to the game. I've been talking enough. Oh, I do not want that. Come on, pick up the damn colas, son. Did I throw that too far? Okay. No, I think I'm good. Wow, I didn't see him. Oh, come on. Wow. Oh, jockey. No, yeah, so yeah, I did a fun charity stream with Waltz, the creator of Nightmare Redux, and my other two friends, Esther at the Cozy Dragon Cottage and Luna, in which we were raising money for the Trevor Project, which is the leading nonprofit organization in LGBT youth suicide prevention and crisis intervention. In which we had to get through, like, you know, the Retail 5 campaigns plus Coldstream and the Sacrifice. Plus Coldstream and the Sacrifice using only the Pitchfork. This game is a lot harder when the survivors don't talk. Really, the one that proved to be the worst was in fact the Sacrifice. That one, wow. If it's you probably got like a third-party one because, like, if it's official, it's probably just licensed. Like, if you got like one of those Hori ones, the Hori ones never have gyro support. They're made to be cheap. Oh, hello. Power A, yep. No, you're never gonna get a gyro one from those guys. Like, even the wireless ones that they make, like, the wireless ones they make might have gyro. I'm not entirely sure. You know, don't quote me on that, but. But nah, those controllers suck. Ow. The DualShock will have it. The DualShock has gyro. Which is kind of a shame because not many games utilize it. I think the only game I know that allows you to use gyro is, I think Fortnite does? I feel like it does. Like, it's a toggleable thing in the options. Okay, no, unfortunately unfortunately Microsoft sucks and their fucking controllers do not have gyro. Trust me, if the Xbox Series X had gyro support, dude, I'd be glazing that controller until I drop dead. Like, it sucks because I would be glazing the fuck out of the Series X controller if it had gyro. I love, like, genuinely speaking, I love the Xbox One controller as a fighting game player. As a fighting game player and someone who likes platformers, it's the best one I've ever used. I love it, I love it in general for D-pad reliant games. I think it has the best D-pad I've ever used in any game ever, in anything ever. It was so awesome to play. It was perfect for Deltarune because bullet hell games in general are games where you have to just quickly change up directions and you need to be precise. And yeah, where you have to change up direction for everything and you need to be precise. Yeah, you got to change your directions like suddenly, and you have to be precise. And I'm not going to say you don't get misinputs on it. You get misinputs on anything. Like, I fat finger the fuck out of the keyboard. When I play on keyboard, I don't play as keyboard as much anymore, just because, I don't know, I don't exactly, my desk doesn't have a lot of space, so if I try to play on keyboard, my wrists start to hurt. But, I just realized there's a fucking just chrome shotgun here. What the hell? But I'm a stickler for controllers. Like, if I can show you guys something, especially like as a fighting game player, when you fighting game players can be very peculiar about the fighting game players in particular can be very picky about the controllers that they use, and I'm no exception. But also, I am a bit of an artist, like, at my core, even though I don't really draw anymore. But I have a tendency to kind of turn controllers into glorified art projects. So let me just show y'all what I mean. Let me just show y'all what I mean. So I want to show y'all, like, so I used to have more arcade sticks, but however, they were just ordinary bland, just sticks. Now, but anyway, here is my Mayflash F500. That it's so. If you want to know what the Mayflash F500 started as, you know, when you get one, let me pull it up. So this is what the Mayflash F500 starts as, you know, when you just get one. It just looks like this. And I like this stick, you know, it was fine and all that. I enjoyed it, you know, at the time and all that. And then, but then, what the fuck is it? Oh, right there. Let's see, let me just, there we go. So yeah, this became that right here. I had this artwork. I had the same artist who has drawn my goat Sona, both in the most recent video and all the thumbnails I've made, and also on the PNG tuber that you see on the screen before you. He drew. I asked him, "Can you draw the DDLC girls but cosplaying as various Tekken characters?" And I told him which ones. Which ones it should be. I gave him the outfit recommendations, the poses, all that stuff. Basically, I just gave an exact commission. And then I had another person in the Virtua Fighter community who had a side hustle making fight stick artwork for people, obviously done using pre-used assets. And just said, hey, like, can you make fight stick wallpaper for me? And I wanted to look like this. And I gave him a rough concept, but I had a feeling he could do better than I did, and he did. And yeah, this is what it was, and I love it. It eventually I eventually took out the stick and slapped in these WASD keys. Although, to be honest, I kind of think about putting the stick back in because it's fun and like I like the blue crystal looking top here. Like it just makes everything come together. Now, do we have any Digital Circus fans in here? I am. I'm a huge Digital Circus fan. I love the show. Even if I have some disagreements on where some of the writing ended up and all that stuff. Like, you know, I loved the show, I loved its concept, and I generally liked what we got. Even though still, like, I'm not gonna, without getting into specifics, even though I think the finale could have been better, I think the finale could have been better while giving us the exact same ending. I still love the show and everything that it stood for and all that. So I made this. This is a Quamba Sapphire. This is a fight stick called the leverless controller, and the idea is that it's kind of like a makeshift keyboard. And you know, the artwork. It was my first time making proper artwork for a fight stick, all with pre-made assets and all that stuff. So yeah, I just got this shot from the pilot. I thought it'd be fun if I just put in like her first rough draft name. And yeah, it's red and blue. And y'all know what's great is that I don't showcase it, but the buttons are blue when it's plugged in, but are red when they press down. I think that's awesome. And I have the jacket, so I was like, I want the jacket to go with it. However, I couldn't stop myself there because y'all know what I did come last year, New Year's? This. I ordered a custom controller from the Xbox Design Lab. I ordered this controller from the Xbox Design Lab, and in which it kind of looks like this. It does look Mario-esque, but I also had this engraved on the controller. You know that. I also have this purple leverless controller called the Victrix FS12, Pro FS12, and it's purple. And so yeah, this is what I did. I just slapped all these stickers that I had on them. Unfortunately, I don't have the Jax hoodie. I wish I had the Jax hoodie. I also do want to make a Jax gamepad as well. Just like I did with Pomni, I want to make a Jax gamepad. I had this urge to make custom controllers based on all my hyperfixations. I've already done Doki Doki Literature Club. I've done Digital Circus twice. I've been wanting to do something in regards to Deltarune for a long while, to be honest with y'all. Like, when you're a fighting game player, here's the thing, is that there are levels of being a fighting game player, and the one that I'm at, I'm the person who, likes to travel to their local events and all that to play and compete and mingle with people and all that stuff. And so, there's a lot to consider when it comes to travel, for sure. Sticks are fun and all that, and leverlesses are fun. But sometimes I just say fuck it and I bring a regular gamepad with me because all I have to do is just stuff it in my bag, in like a regular small drawstring bag, and I'm all set. They do make small-ish, arcade sticks, and there's definitely, little pocket-sized leverlesses. However, I don't really like the pocket-sized leverlesses because my lap is too big for them. I think, and it's not even just that my lap is too big for them. I think even, for small people, I see it looks like it barely fits in their friggin' lap. Ow. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. There he is. Thanks for the protection, asshole. Alright, let's go. No music? Oh, okay. My accuracy is probably fucking horrible. Unskippable thumbnail. Alright, Dylan, you have yourself a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Well, 43%, you know, that's not too bad considering I was mostly running precise weapons. Mostly. I'm actually really curious, what does Dark Carnival look like? I should probably run Left 4 Bots 2 while I'm at it, because I realize Left 4 Bots ain't in here. Fuck. Oh, it's oh. Left 4 Liberal. Hey, liberal. Liberal. Liberal, 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 liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia. Oh, dude. Oh, wow. Holy shit. I can actually fucking see. Like, I remember how this looked, like, back when I did that Dark Carnival video. It was so black, dude. Whoa. come on. Man, the screen shake is fucking killing me on the screen shake is fucking killing me, like when the bots shoot at you. Oh. Did I just select regular realism like an idiot, by the way? I just realized. I think I just selected regular realism like an idiot. I think I might have... Ha! Ha! Oh man, I was trying to shove preemptively. Like, hold on, watch this, watch this. Fucking not dying in one shot. Fucking not dying in one shot. Still alive, still alive. Yeah, I'm on regular realism. I'm like a fucking idiot. Thought I'd... Oh. Ooh, Cloud Funeral, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, shit. I also feel like this is probably more I could be doing, but I like the look of the new Dark Carnival on the Side-Scroller aesthetics, because it's a far cry from what it used to be. Like, if I may pull it up again. Oh, someone called me a slur on the fucking, someone called me a slur in my YouTube video. Let's go. It's awesome, man. Where the fuck did that word even come from? Where did that word even, like, come from? Like... This person said, and I quote, this person said, and I quote, Troons don't even put any effort into passing anymore. They just straight up talk like that, I guess. Like, first off, you could do better. You could do better than that. Like, where did that slur even come from? Is that really the best you could come up with? Number one. Number two, like, all right. I think people miss like. I think people kind of miss the assignment about genders and also conformity. It's not even a matter of passing. I don't owe you anything. That's really it. I'm feminine, but I'm not femme. I don't identify as a woman, but I don't identify as a man. I'm non-binary. I'm non-binary genderqueer, and even then, non-binary people do not owe you androgyny or to lean one way or the other. Pretty fucking funny though. It's not the first time. Like, you know, I remember when I made a video with When I made a video with Luna, you know, we got a number of people like trying to be mean in the comments. I say trying because they act like this shit like matters or it affects me at all. It's just sad. Let's see, Left 4 Dead 1 pipe bomb behavior. Huh. So I kind of want to figure out some other stuff regarding the weapons. So do want to get rid of some mods here. Whoops. I don't know. Life is too short to just be dishing out hatred to people like that. Unwarranted. I kind of want to try something different on the mod pack scale. To get back to this. Kind of want to do something different. We are going to have to take out a bunch of stuff. Let's see. So if I may pull up the Steam window again real quick. I'm not sure if I'm going to play... No, Friendly Fire Piano is really awesome. But I kind of want to maintain the thing that I got going on here. With... I kind of want to maintain the thing I have going on here with, you know, having the Deltarune survivors and shit. So I have something here called TRS-esque. I'm just going to put everything in. Yeah, that's over, right? We're just going to put everything in except, let's see, we're going to get rid of, let's see, in one mod in particular. I just kind of want to have some of these. Get rid of that. Do I have a Blowhigh medkit in here? I kind of hope I don't. Want to get a TRS HUD, though. Get rid of a TRS HUD. Dude, y'all know something, dude? If someone... Alright. So, the Deltarune Survivor mods that I use... First off, by the way, I don't know if anyone fucks with the... I think this might still be in beta, this workshop right here. I don't know. I don't know if it's official or not, but this is the workshop that's in beta last I checked. I fuck with this workshop. I really like this new workshop a lot. Congrats on the new video. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's official now? Oh, that's sick. Like, I don't know. I like this interface more. Okay, that's really funny. No, dude, Dotafilm, I'm so excited about the Payday 2 engine upgrade as well, man. Dotafilm, the only reason I don't install the game, the only reason I don't have the game installed is because it's too expensive on storage. Yeah. The Create Collection, yeah. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, a fucking couple of I see a couple of those are porn-brained, which is gross. See if I can get these ones. Have I tried the new Assault mutation? I don't think I have. As much as I would like to have Birdly, I would like to have Rousey on both. I was gonna say if somebody could make like TRS HUD icons like of these, but with the Deltarune survivors, that'd be pretty sick. I want to know like how to go about making HUD icons because I would so make HUD icons just for this, dude. I don't know. Anyway, don't need that. So I'm just gonna filter out the shit I don't need. The only thing I ever really figured out how to do was make sound mods. Which all I did was that I used to put in music. I never uploaded anything to the workshop though, but I used to put in music and shit. I'm just making sure I don't got like blowhigh medkit. As much as I would love like yeah, blowhigh medkit. As much as I love blowhigh medkit anyway, I don't want it. I don't need that, that's for sure. No, I can live without that. And, you know, I can actually have that. I could live without that because bots are too stupid. I like improved tank AI, but bots are... Wow. Wow. Let's see. For Central, thank you for the follow. Oh. Hope you're well. Let me get rid of that too. I'm gonna keep the Freddy plush. Yeah, I got the nightmare items. Get rid of that. Shoutouts to Seno for making me the best mod on the workshop. There we go. Let me get rid of that. Alright, and now let's get muted survivors. Subscribe to all, and then we're gonna get Whitaker for rushers. Oh, it's already there. But no, yeah, I'm so excited for the new Payday 2 update. I'm really excited for the new Payday 2 update. Let's see, what else could I look for? I'm trying to figure out what else I could look for. It's tough. Tough. You ever just like be wondering what you should look? You guys ever just like wonder what you should be looking for, or you're like, man, I want to look for something, so you just start doing this? Like,
How may I help you? How may I help you?
Oh, yes, I think I'm gonna do y'all general chicken with rice,
Okay.
and I'm gonna get.
It come with. It come with.
God damn it.
General chicken. General chicken. A12, so that'll be A12. General chicken. I ain't with the general chicken. It be ready 10 minutes.
Alright.
Yeah.
For those who want to, you know, fucking, like, want to use fun channel point stuff, always come over to my Twitch. For my YouTube audience there. See, really... Oh, no damage debuff. That's right, no damage. No damage. Oh, Oh wait, yeah, no, I remember this one. Okay, no damage debuff. That's a different one. That. No damage debuff for the one that I got in particular is the one that I got in particular is like what is it? It's supposed to make it so that like I want to figure out what the merit for it is. Like how the weapons function and all that. Because the idea is that I guess it's supposed to make certain things just not happen. Okay, so I'll pull them up. I'll pull them up once everything loads, so it's going to be a second. Yo, it's a tough one. But, hang on. I have them right here. But yeah, specifically the Deltarune Survivors by Jim Jam Jelly. Like, I had a fun idea. I wonder, should I have Birdly? I feel like I should have Birdly. But I also just really like having Ralsei on the team. God, like I almost kind of wished. I'm doing good, Clown Funeral. Like obviously, new video came out, and I really like it. I really like what I made and so on. I think. The thing that I hate about Jim Jam Jellies is that it's just the fact that he never made a Ralsei. Like that, yeah, he never made like one like this. Cause I would love to have Ralsei on the Left 4 Dead. I would love to have like. I think I would just like his in general, but here's the thing. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I like the Deltarune Survivors by Jim Jam Jelly, Birdly included, but I also really love the two Ralseis by Nuller. I think I'll get rid of Hatted Ralsei. Sorry to say. And we are going to put Light World Birdly. We're going to put Light World Birdly in his place. Because I thought, because I like the idea that they only get Ralsei in the Dark World because that's just how it is in their Dark World outfits and all that. I would so use that. Oh, ow, ow, ow. And the General Chicken Egg War. And be ready 10 minute. Egg War. Alright. It's so bad, dude. Alright. I want to see if the things like... Because if no damage debuff is supposed to apply in general... If no damage debuff is applied in general, then that means realism should be fine. That means it shouldn't take 1,000,000 bullets to kill just a common. I normally really hate realism with a passion, and it's purely... Oh yeah, he's not talking? Yeah, we're good. Oh shit. I should get a different HUD, but fuck it, this works. Alright, so does anyone know about Left 4 Dead 1 beta and its animations at all? Any of you guys know about them? I say make them unlisted for the time being. You know, to see if it all works, and you know, I could let you know. But... So this. Oh God, dude! Like, look. Oh, guys, this fucking pistol animation is better than sex. I'll tell you what. If you can finish it, they should allow links on Twitch. At least my Nightbot won't snuff it. And if that don't work, then fucking put it in YouTube. You know, YouTube should definitely be fun. Smells weird, but I was just say I'm a huge sucker for Left 4 Dead 1's animations in its beta days, because like I don't care if they make sense or not, they're just really cool. If I can get a second pistol, it's over. Are you talking about the what is it? Like, isn't it a Clive Barker game? Not Clive Barker. I'm sorry, not Clive Barker. I know what you're talking about. I confuse it with Clive Barker Undying. On Clive Barker's Undying, I was like, no, that game is good. I actually like that one. Whoa. Ah. Whoa, that did so much damage. Oh. I said on my video, I did not want to make things too long because I could have gone on forever. Like, I could have gone into detail why I think the chainsaw sucks. It's over. It's over. I got the dual pistols. Ah! Oh man, I fucking love that animation so much, dude. But yeah, I'll see about adding you, Wolflord. I'll see about adding you to answer your question earlier. He's killed a blue turkey. You guys ever think about the fact that, like, you guys ever seen like a bird, like a baby bird when it's just born? You like to think that that's how he actually looked when he was like a newborn too? I need to turn the light in my room on. One thing I don't encourage for you guys is, you know, I used to do this a lot when I was a kid, but I don't like playing in a dark room with the lights off, because when shit starts flashing like that, I'm like, man, I can't see anymore. I have to have the light on when I play now. I liked it. I like Chapter 5. Now, I didn't like it as much as Chapter 4, but it's really good still. Okay, like, look. And I'll and also, look, I'm a shipper as well. I'm a shipper in the Deltarune community. I'm a shipper in general. It's kind of something I've only done semi-recently. I did it when Chapter 2 was still like the latest one. And also... But also like, I don't know. I like shipping my characters. Or, well, other people, well, you know what I mean. I like shipping characters. It's fun. It's like making your dolls kiss. Like, dude, don't even get me started, Draven. Cruzy or Suzel? Well, both. I like... Well, okay, look. If I could have it my way, Polycule. If I could have it my way, Polycule. Between those three, fucking throw Ralsei in the mix. Make that shit Kral Suzel, and I will be so fucking happy. But, I am a Cruzy fan first and foremost. Genuinely. And look, I am not one of these people that said... That's gonna be like Cruzy shot dead and all that stuff. Look, I love where Cruzy has gone in Chapter 5 so much. I genuinely love where Cruzy has gone in Chapter 5. Like, a lot of people were dooming and glooming, for sure, and you know, I understand why. But I like, dude, I was all like, I was so happy. I was so happy that it became Unrequited Yuri. Dude, Unrequited Yuri is so good, man. It is so peak. What about Queen Banana? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't get in the way of that one. I see why people like Spam Tenna. It's toxic old man Yaoi with size difference. Oh, shit, I didn't see her. I didn't see her. I Birdly clutch or kick. You guys got me talking about fucking Yuri, and now I die. See what happens? Hey, it's just like Yuri in all my fictional media. everybody knows that Yuri in fictional media, they're never allowed to be happy. Like, usually they die, or someone dies, or just something just keeps them apart. You guys ever watch Madoka Magica? Signalis mentioned. I've always wanted to play Signalis. I heard it was good. I do really want to play it. Yeah, Yuri's always tragic in media. Dude, it's so awesome. Look, alright, look, this might sound crazy, like, if I put it like this, but look. I didn't feel good about Suzelle happening, but not because, like, oh, I'm a cruisy shipper, and, like, they ruined my ship. Not like that at all. It's not because of that. But rather, it's because of the scene itself just felt weird to me. It felt like, and also some of the stuff that followed after didn't feel right to me. Like, just like, because I also think about it in the sense that at the end of the day, these characters are teenagers in high school that don't got certain things figured out yet, and then there's whatever the fuck is happening with Chris. Now, I think I understand it very well. Like, generally speaking, look, there's a case to be made that Left 4 Dead 2, while a phenomenal game, I love it. It's my favorite PvE shooter of all time. It is in the top 3 of my favorite games of all time. But there's a case to be made that in some ways Left 4 Dead 2 is a bad sequel, but not a bad game. I played this game this long for a reason, you know? Like, genuinely, there is not a lot of thought put into the weapons in of itself. I think there was more thought put into the campaigns and how the infected operate and so on. However, I hope they don't get stuck, dude. I hope they don't get stuck. Anyway. Because I'm dead. They gotta take the lead. But, however, a lot of the weapons, whether they're, like, their intention of being there is questionable. Look, I understand the thought process behind the weapons. I think all the weapons themselves are interesting ideas, but that doesn't mean that they're interesting ideas once meshed together. No, that's ultimately, yeah, what Left 4 Dead is. Like, you know. Well, yeah, I understand the need for adding alternatives. However, what they sent, please close the goddamn door. Oh my god, they did it. But here's the thing, is that it didn't really have strict options. I think it only seems limited because of what we have now. But every weapon, you weren't given a lot of options, sure, but ultimately there was variety, essentially. There's a case to be made that, like, if you go to a restaurant that only sells 3 items, it's kind of like going to a restaurant that only sells 3 items, but all of them are vastly different. But however, you go to a place, like, you know, like I go to a place that sells like they got 3 items, like, I don't know, pizza, a calzone, and then a fucking like a pizza, calzone, and like a Stromboli like bowl or something. It's not a lot, but however, they are all vastly, like, in some ways, like, different from one another, or at least I consider them quite different from one another. Whereas I go to a place, they only sell pizza, but however, obviously they have like a bunch of different like variations on the pizza, but you're still only eating pizza at the end of the day. And no, yeah, I won't argue that Left 4 Dead 1. I will never say that Left 4 Dead 1 on its weapons aren't lacking. I definitely think that, as I said in my video, there are ways that could have put more content into the game, specifically on the weapon pool. Having more options, but while also having more variety. But having more options does not equal more variety. You can have variety and have less options, and you can also have a lot of options but not a lot of variety. Rather, it bloats. As I said, I think there is an inherent problem with the Chrome's design, simply because of the fact, like, on a variety of things. And it's really, I think, in my opinion, the big one is the fact that these two have the exact same ammo pool. They both have 72 bullets. Like, they both have, like, 72 shells on reserve. And I think and in my opinion, the damage trade-off isn't significant enough for me to consider using this one instead. So this one is just better all around, and I get more for my money because it also uses it has the same ammo pool. I think if this one, like, for example, imagine if this one, like, there's a mod that does this out there, but imagine if this shot slugs and did a lot of damage, but its ammo is low. Or maybe this one is like a sawed-off, huge spread, huge damage, but requires you to be, like, kissing them to, like, do damage, and the ammo for it is low or something. Like, it's also why I've grown to really like Nightmare Redux for how it treated its weapons. While it's understood that you can't really fix the weapons, you kind of just have to make new ones. So the sawed-off shotgun was a great idea. The Tech 9 was an amazing idea. The Tech 9 is honestly the best addition to the game. But I think if things were like, for example, I think if the MAC-10, if the MAC-10 had somehow a faster fire rate but was more, like, it was harder to control, and maybe it had less ammo but did more damage, so therefore it required to get up close, while this one is, like, more for taking pot shots, but less damage. Like, there's more that they could have done with the weapon stats while keeping things different. But the way that I see it and the way that it was implemented, ultimately, they just didn't do too much by putting variety between the two. But no, yeah, because duality is a good thing. Duality gives you a reason for why you should use one over the other. I think, like, for example, if we're going to talk about, for example, the secondaries, if we're going to talk about specifically the Deagle and the melee weapons, both of them are very good, but serve different purposes. And there's one reason, and, the one that you would take over the other really just comes down to, like, a preference in play style or the situations you think you'll be finding yourself in. Like, obviously, for example, the melee weapons are phenomenal when if you don't want to have to worry about reloading, and you find yourself getting swarmed because you can swing and then you can move the mouse and manipulate the hitboxes and all that stuff. And ultimately, well, actually, here's the thing. It's funny that you bring that up. Like King versus Armor King. There was a lot of merit to play Armor King over regular King back then. In old Tekken games, like, especially, like, if we're going to talk about Tekken 6 or Tag 2. In my opinion, they've homogenized King and Armor King way too much. With Tekken 7, they gave a lot of, like nowadays, like, I can't, like, especially in Tekken 7, there was just nothing that Armor King did that King couldn't do. I don't know what they were really thinking adding Armor King into the game, because like it made sense. They gave like, you know, King like Armor King and like Marduk moves, because there wasn't even a guarantee that those characters would even be in the game via DLC and all that stuff. But then Armor King comes out and he's like functionally the same character. But what does it matter? He like we have King now. We have King just doing everything Armor King does. Back then, there were things that Armor King couldn't do, but King could, and vice versa. Like, sure, you could play both characters, like, similarly enough, but however, like, there was just, like, certain things that made Armor King different. Like, Armor King could actually, like, poke pretty damn well. King, back then, was not too great at poking. He didn't really have, like, any, like, good lows, you know? No, they only bring him back because he's popular. He's like hype moment. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the characters are hype moments in Aura at this point. But like, there's a market for Armor King. They could keep him exactly the same, but people are gonna buy him because people like Armor King more. At this point, the reason why people play Armor King is purely for a visual standpoint. But there's just, in my opinion, nothing that Armor King can do that King can't do, but better. But people like Armor King more visually and all that stuff. And like, it really is just hype moments in Aura for why you would choose Armor King. But that's also just kind of like, you know, as I said, that's also just kind of the problems I have with the weapons in general in this game, is just homogenization. There's kind of a lot of homogenization in certain things in regards to the weapons in this game. For example, I think the Mini 14 and the G3 are function way too similar to each other. But the G3 is going to be the G3 is going to be better because it has twice the ammo size and 30 extra bullets. Shit. Whoa, hello. Can't you do the end caps that are like that are in like the typical HUD icons that these ones come with? Like, really, I just want the regular portraits. That's all I want. It just looks wow. Where are you? Oh, what are you doing over there? The fuck is she? What is that? What was that jump? You saw that fucking high-ass jump he did? Jesus. I think they should have made the fucking They should have made like, it's kind of, I feel like it's a little weird to me that that the M16 is like one of the only weapons. It might be the only weapon in the game. Thinking about it, might be the only weapon in the game. Thinking about it, that's not divisible by the mag number, but. Like, but I could like tell you what some of the ideas I probably would have had with some of the weapons are. Like, for all intents and purposes, I don't even know if I would even have the G3 in the game. I don't even know if I would even have it in the game. I know I wouldn't have the Scout in the game. I would probably have... I would probably have the Op be a tier 3. With really low ammo count. I think the SG-552 would only have a purpose if the M16... Alright, so... once again, I personally think the SG-552 kind of makes the M16 just not particularly good. Just because the M16 doesn't pierce, but the SG-552 does. I think the MP5 would have been good if the MAC-10 didn't exist. I think if it was just the... Oh, right, this is realism. I forgot. Walter. I totally forgot. Oh, hello. Walter. Leave the witch alone, Walter. I am the one who crowns. So no damage debuff also means that you can't crown the witch. So I forgot, realism just turns off the ability for the witch to be crowned, just full stop. That is actually kind of one, alright. Have you guys seen that? Like, Walter, leave the witch alone, Walter. I am the one. Just keep moving, Walter. I am the one who crowns. Wow. This is expert realism, Walter. You can't crown a witch with a pump shotgun. No, yeah, I know about crowning the witch with the auto shotgun. I forget, that's like kind of, so like, that's like one problem I kind of forgot to get into regarding the fucking, oh, hello. Okay. You know what, I'm gonna just go right through everything. Okay, okay. No, I know about crowning a witch with the... The thing is, look, I think not being able to crown the witch with the pump shotgun would be fine. The problem is that the witch just will spawn in the intended path that you're supposed to go. And sometimes just not everyone has a shotgun. Like... Oh, hello. But I was gonna say, I genuinely, I think the problems with this weapon really is a lack of duality and a lack of clear direction on how the weapons would affect one another. However, in regards to the top 4 of the game, just how it would affect, well, the game. I don't know how this weapon, like, genuinely... I don't know how I thought any of it was okay. If I had... Like, if this weapon was here to stay, if the G3 was here to stay, but I was allowed to nerf it, I would probably make its run and gun like the old hunting rifle, where it was unusable run and gun. You had to be stationary or like walking or crouching in order for it to like be usable. Because 30 shots that aren't even that terribly inaccurate, like when running and gunning, like granted, it's not great, but it can still like hit when you're aiming at it. I'm also a believer that you're allowed to balance things regardless if they make sense or not. You know, a lot of people like to talk about like, oh, like why doesn't the gun like function like this? You know, it's not realistic. I'm like, it doesn't really need to. You know, it also just depends on the confines of your game, though. You know, if you're trying to be realistic, then yeah, like, you know, by all means, try to be more realistic. Botanic Swine, hope you're doing well. I just realized, I think I saw Kixonologists here. I haven't, which I've not seen them in a minute. Fucking hell, dude. Bitch. The light from the spitter acid is still red from the nightmare days. I never fixed that. You don't know something funny? Is that in my latest video when I said, like, you're allowed to, like, you know, leave your perspective, comments, and all that stuff, and contribute to a healthy discussion in the comments. When I wrote that line and I voiced it over, I was just laughing. Like, I laughed afterwards because I'm like, dude, people are so not gonna do that. And I was right, some people weren't. Like, some people just didn't. Whoa. Whoa, I didn't see him. One of the first comments I got when I said, like, in the title, it just says, you know, Left 4 Dead 2 has a weapon problem. Wow. Wow. I said that in the very beginning of the video, like, or like in the beginning of the video, that a lot of this can just be explained to the fact that the dev time was so short, and instead of like developing things one at a time like they did in the first game, a lot of things were just kind of developed simultaneously. Like, for example, all the campaigns in Left 4 Dead 1 were developed one at a time, for example, whereas in 2 they were all developed simultaneously. I even showcased the release dates of Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. Like, you know, and I even said what the format is, you know, month, date, year, because I'm American and I'm fucking stupid. But Like I understand like that. Even though I love this game so much, there's just some things about it that made me go like they should have put more time into some of these things. A lot of things about this game was just rushed and poorly implemented. Like for example, the Left 4 Dead 1 maps when they were implemented were kind of bad. Like all things considered, there were so many just bugs with them, and there's also just so many things about them that I just don't know why they did it. They kind of just put the versus versions in all the campaigns, but in regular campaign, there was no campaign versus versions to distinguish them. I think even though I love Left 4 Dead 2's campaigns, some of those horde events are not really well balanced at all. Like Barnes, I think Barnes is kind of atrocious. I think the fact that they thought that infinite hordes in general that can't be turned off was like a means to make things hard is not good. The reason why the infinite horde event in Parish Chapter 2 and also the convenience store mart and all that stuff. No. Whoa. No, that's not even... I wouldn't even say that's necessarily, like, a hot take or anything of the sort. Like, I can agree with that. You know what I should do one day, guys? Okay, do you want to know what's a game that I don't own it, but someone in my Steam family does? Do you want to know what's something that someone in my Steam family, like, owns, chat? Back 4 Blood. Someone in my Steam family owns Back 4 Blood. Fuck? Oh. Look. I have not played Back 4 Blood since the open beta. I have not played Back 4 Blood since the open beta because I played the beta and then I wanted to love that game, dude. I genuinely wanted to love that game. But I didn't. I could not stand it. I did not like it. I had a lot of problems with its system, with the card system, with the being told what enemies I'm about to face and not leaving it a fucking surprise for me. I don't like limited continues, like for a game like that. No, yeah. But... By the way, I kind of want to mention just something real quick, guys. I might do things like I was already kind of doing this, right? But here's the thing: is that like I don't know, Turtle. Like we all saw the Crowcat video, but also just take Crowcat stuff in general with a grain of salt. Like, Crowcat in general, I can also tell you that he's someone that just can and has misrepresented stuff. I mean, just look at his Resident Evil 4 remake video. That was garbage. That fucking shit was garbage. like Crobat in a lot of ways is old old good, like old is good, new is bad, like 24/7. Although generally like as someone who like got to give, like who really tried to give Back for Blood an honest chance, and even like played it like after the beta on like on friends accounts and all that, just to see if I could really like the game. I don't. And the part that upsets me is just how much. No, yeah, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. I liked a lot of the ideas that Turbo Rock was going for, but there was just some that were like, I see why they had to get rid of this, Thought I. Like, do you want to know something really funny? So there is this guy, this Australian YouTuber I watch called Square Eye Jack, and I love his Tony Hawk reviews. His Tony Hawk reviews are really funny. But I think his Tony Hawk reviews are really funny. And he was reviewing Tony Hawk Pro Skater HD, that remake of like 1 and 2 before the remake of 1 and 2. It was a remake of 1 and 2 before 1+2 came out, and it sucked. And he was all... And he was like talking shit about, the Tony Hawk Pro Skater HD. Because, yeah, that game sucked. Ow. But... yes, very much so. It's my second favorite Horde shooter, next to this one. Whoa. I'll take it. Anyway. Oh, shit. Oh, that fucking hurt. Oh my god. I totally forgot I got the boomer, the beta boomer script where they deal damage when they explode. Another one? But anyway, I kind of want to talk about like a bit of a change I'm probably going to do streaming wise. I'm already kind of doing it, but once again, I can't promise to do daily, like, or at least daily, like week daily, I mean. However, I remember I was initially just trying to do, like, you know, I was initially trying to do, oh yeah, no, alright, after this, let's figure it out, okay? Wolflord, but anyway, afterwards, anyway, so, fuck, dude, my aim's shit. That's a game I've always wanted to play, Killer 7. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a reference to, like, it's basically Capcom referencing themselves, you know? But yeah, I've always wanted to play Killer 7 because I heard it's fun. I heard it's good. But I never did. I know it's on PC, at the very least. Wow. Okay, yeah, my accuracy has never been that bad. Oh, that's a new low for me. Holy shit. Oh, man. Alright. Alright, hold on, give me a second, y'all. But yeah, no, yeah, I know Bob's back. But hold on, I want to show y'all what I think of. I want to show y'all what comes to my mind when I think of Killer 7 real quick. Hold on. Get the fuck out of my chat.
Yo, I want a bomber clot you want. Yo, you're right here, no manners. Me just check, we don't have that. Sure. Yo, me take a steam fish.
Alright?
Yo,
Give me a steam fish.
fresh out, yo, me just name that.
We not have that.
Alright, a beef patty.
We not have that.
A stewed chicken.
We not have that.
Spicy shrimp.
White rice or rice and peas.
White rice.
We not have that.
Alright, me take a rice and peas.
We not have that.
Just to shoot me.
We not have that.
And then they just tell me say you have shrimp.
We just eat the last one.
Me take a plate of chicken.
We not have that.
Me take a plate by itself.
We not have that.
You know a plate. You just mash up the last one.
But you know, me is a fashion teller.
You fucking idiot. You don't know, see? Oh, so what?
That's what I think of every like when someone brings up Killer and that's what I think of. But anyway. Let's see. So yeah, Wolf Lord. Yeah, no, I see you got the file. Just yeah. I mean, how you want to go about adding me then? Like, hold on. Let me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you a whisper over on Twitch. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send you a whisper over on Twitch when I go to my own stream here. There you go. No, I mean, yeah, the Tekken 8 has kind of just become stance slop in some ways, you know? I sent you a whisper, Wolflord. Like, if you want to send me either the, like, if you want to upload it to the Steam Workshop and send me the link or just something, or fucking, like, give me your friend code or whatever the fuck, like, on Twitch, then by all means do it now. But yeah, you have yourself a good night, Botanic. Yeah, Botanic Swine, you have yourself a good night. I don't even know. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you know, I'm gonna be real with you, gays. I don't even think it was really that good with Harada in the chair in Tekken 7. There's so many things with Tekken 7 that I just had so many problems with. And I don't know if he's still the balance director now. If like Mishima Star was the balance director of Tekken 7, he could not make a balanced fighting game to save his life, or at least not a fun balanced fighting game to save his life. And he is good at the game. Like, he was really good. He was always a good player and all that stuff, but there's always a saying that just because you're good at something doesn't mean you know what you're doing or you know what you're talking about. Specifically if you know what makes something like good or not. The thing about Mishima Star is that he just wanted to make a fucked up game. You gonna send like a friend code or something, Wolflord? I'm still waiting on you. Add a phone number. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, so then... Alright, just check Steam? Alright. Like... What do you mean, like... Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you want to do this? I'm gonna be real with you. Say you just sent an invite. I don't even know if you know it's me. Like, but anyway, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like, I like Tekken 5 DR. I don't like it that much to want to go back to it. I have, even though I'm primarily a Mishima player, and obviously Mishima's are really good in that game. I personally don't like the game enough to be like, oh, like, you know, if this one gets like, if this one like gets rolled back, I'm gonna play it. Like, I'm not gonna play it. Same thing with Tag 1. Mishimas are fucking awesome in that game. I'm not gonna play that game. And Tag 1 got rolled back. You know? If Tekken 6 got rolled back, I would consider. Because I actually really like Tekken 6. As fucked up as that game can be, I really liked it. I think, in my opinion, that was classic Tekken generally at its best. Alright, let's see, hold on. Fucking Revolution, man. Alright, so I'm going to check it right now. You sure it won't conflict with the mod, with the character models? Because here's the thing, is that the character models have their own portraits, and they might fuck with the HUD. I know how to get around that, though. Like, I've done that before. I just hopped on the wrong game. I just fucking hopped on the wrong game. I just booted up Virtua Fighter. Fucking... It's a force of habit, dude. I only turn on Virtua Fighter. Like, that's the only game I really play, like, when I'm not streaming. So, like, I fucking turned on Virtua Fighter. Anyway. But, like, anyway, like, gays, like, the thing is that, like, look, I would only play, like, I'm not kidding when I say that I think Tekken 7 was so close to being, a perfect game. All it needed was just Tag 2 movement at the minimum. And it's crazy because Tag 2 movement is limiting compared to 6, which is limited compared to 5. All that game needed was just tag movement, and it would have been perfect. It would have been, in my opinion, it would have been just the best. It would have been the best tag in the game, because I love everything else about it. I think, in my opinion, in my honest opinion, the soundtrack is top tier. If you written well, like, the thing is that it's hard to kind of balance the weapons around. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god, you madman. Wait, hold on. I forgot to turn the fucking thing back on. But hold on, let me wait for this to load. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, dude. Let's see. I have to reload. Wait, exec reload font. because you got to reload the font for this HUD mod. There you go. Holy shit. Oh my god, you actually got it fucking working. I actually have to... What the fuck, dude? That's insane. You're insane, man. Holy shit. You know, because we're doing this... Hold on a second. It's not Deltarune, but it's close enough. Holy shit, Wolf Lord, you're fucking goated. But, so it's not Deltarune, but it's close enough. There we go. Oh, that's fucking goated, dude. Holy shit, man. Fuck. Oh. Let's do an expert parish run. It's gonna be a bit tricky just because, you know, they don't talk. No, wow. Whoa. Oh my god, dude. He's sick. That's so sick, man. So, but yeah. Anyway, to kind of, I want to answer what Zayden here said. I recently watched your weapon bloat video, and I was curious if you've written or thought about your own balance patch. Maybe you've seen weapon scripts, the ones that, well, Nightmare Redux has done a lot. So look, Nightmare Redux changes the entire game, but however, it has a lot of fun ideas. Nightmare Redux has a lot of fun ideas for how the weapons could function in general. Now, it doesn't really quite work the same because it's a complete overhaul of the game, but there's a lot of great design philosophies around it, such as secondaries, or like all the secondaries except for maybe the Deagle. It's not even a Deagle, it's a revolver. That's the thing too. The Deagle was changed to a revolver with only 6 shots because Waltz kind of knew that there's just you can't really change the Deagle. Like, you can't just code it to have like limited ammo and shit. So yeah, you can't just really just like make it have limited ammo. But also, this is really funny. But however, so what he opted for was just to make it just have 2 less shots. And also, he made it like, I don't know what he did. He either buffed health pools or something. I don't know exactly what he did. But he made it so, like, he just, essentially it's a lot harder to kill infected specials in particular with, really, what is happening over here. Anyway, there were a lot of good ideas done, like first off, he put a third secondary in the game, or a third sidearm in the game, if you will, because the sidearms are normally just locked to, you know, the fucking. He put the he basically repurposed the MAC-10, put it in the sidearm slot, except made it the Tech-9. And it's a weapon that's amazing for horde clearing, but it sucks. It is really bad at killing specials. Well, yeah, things took a bit of a weird route. Fucking Tobert Fox just straight up putting that in the game. Because, in my opinion, the secondaries shouldn't really be good at killing the... The secondaries, in my opinion, just shouldn't really be good at killing the... killing the specials, you know? Left 4 Dead Beta Aesthetics is what it's called. And I like it. Whoa. Dude, you want to know something really funny? Dravid, so you know the hidden boss fight in Chapter 5? Right? You know who the hidden boss is, right? So there was a tweet somebody made showing, you know, the hidden boss fight, and just straight up, they said, "This is no way. This is how I figure out I'm trans." And then I'm like, dude, Toby is still making people realize they're trans and are gay, dude. Unk still has it, dude. He's still got it after all these years. Like, people don't understand. Toby Fox is the greatest ally the queer community has ever had. Well, look, I have a big gripe with the top 4 of the game because I don't think a lot of thought was really put into them. Specifically the G3 and the SPAS 12, I refuse to believe that any coherent thought was put into those weapons. Like the AK, I could actually see what they were going for. But it's still like a busted weapon. But I can see what they were trying to go for with it. That's the kind of thing that Toby loves his Yuri more than anything. Clearly. Like, look at what he's doing with Suzel and fucking Cruzy. Cruzy, dude, the yearning is off the charts. The unrequited Yuri is fucking crazy. The unrequited Yuri goes crazy, man. I know you know what the thing is. Look, is that a lot of people are talking about like Chris like clearly being miserable, and even like they don't like if we try to make them sound like make them say you and Noel will work out, they mumble it like as if they don't believe it, or like either they don't believe it or they don't like they're just upset about it. Oh shit, they're just upset about it in general. But also. What's more interesting for me, Yaoi or Yuri? Yuri, generally. And that's just because, like, look, I'm not saying Yaoi is intentionally, like, is always badly written, but Yaoi seems to just fall into slop more than Yuri does. Like... And here's the thing, but anyway, to kind of get back on my topic though, no, I did not hear about the breadcrumbs theory. I saw someone talking some about breadcrumbs, but no, okay, look, the problem, Draven, is the fact that Yaoi is often written by cishet women that are fetishizing gay men. A lot of the best Yuri I know were made by women. Like, just Fujoshis in general have done irreparable damage. Caused irreparable damage. And also porn brain culture. Don't get me wrong, we have bad Yuri. Look at anything that fucking Vivzy does. Like, dude. Charlie and Vaggie is just the unseasoned chicken and white rice of Yuri. Anyway. So, but anyway. But one thing I really want to say though is like, no, yeah, like Yuri, like I'm a bit biased because like a lot of my favorite stories are Yuri. Like, how do I put this? I watch Madoka Magica. I loved it. I loved it, and I loved the movie, and I'm looking forward to the new one whenever it comes out in the next 10 years. But here's the thing, toxic relationships can be good. Like, dude, Toxic Yuri, dude, that's fucking delicious, dude. I fucking love Toxic Yuri. Okay, do you want to know something really funny? Okay, look. As I said, I'm a huge, amazing Digital Circus fan. I'm a huge Digital Circus fan, right? And so look, can I be honest with you guys about something? I did not care for Abstragedy that much. I did not care for Abstragedy that much. I did not care for the pairing of Gangle and Zubul that much. And the reason for that is because I felt like they were too happy together. They only brought out the best in each other, and I had problems with that. But, however, I also have problems with that across the general cast in general. Because, like, how do I put this? I hate happiness. No, but like the thing with the strategy, and this is a problem I have with Amazing Digital Circus's writing in general, that it felt like that in order to make Jax as much of a conflict person as to make him as much of an asshole as possible. It felt like in order to like in Goose's attempts to make Jax as much of an asshole as possible, she made the cast as frictionless as possible. The characters never really like have problems with each other per se, and not in a way that feels like it means anything. There was definitely like it felt like certain things were gonna go somewhere. Like, for example, like the conflicts between the conflict between Ragatha and Pomni that got solved off screen, which I think is bad. I don't like that. But the thing is that the problem with Jax though is that, like, you say most of the conflicts is on Jax, but you also got to think about it that Jax is the only character who really drove shit forward. For example, like just think of it like this. Like think of it like this. No, not even just start. Yeah, like just think about all the shit that happened. Episode 1, it was his idea. It was his idea for. It was literally his idea for, to take Pomni to go like get Kaufmo while the others did the in-house adventure, and even then he was the one that threw the bowling ball at Gangle that caused her to fall in the hole. That caused her and Kinger to fall in the hole. In episode 2, he's the one that grabbed the Pomni over by the neck, threw her over the truck, and then eventually led to her alone time with Gummy Goo. In episode 3, he was the one that that threw the mask. He was the one that threw the mask through the door. That eventually led to Pomni's alone time with Kinger. Like the only one that he was like really just mellowed out in was episode 4. And then, but in episode 5, like at least at least like two of the adventures were Jax's idea. Although there's even a possibility to believe that stargazing might have even been his. But who's to say like who stargazing like could have belonged to? Episode 6, I already fucking like we don't even need to get into with episode 6. Episode 7. It was his crash out, him saying, "You just lie about everything, don't you? You got in my head, like, is all like the vegan thing, the stupid sauce, God knows what else." And then that's what caused Pomni and the others to realize that Kane is hiding more than he lets on. Like, that... Like... Jax, he really fucking like drove shit forward. Like he caused shit to happen. And granted, yes, he's an ass. He is a bad person. He's not like, and all that stuff. I don't think he was necessarily irredeemable, but regardless, he drove shit forward, and unfortunately the other characters were kind of passive. The only time that it felt like they were really active was episode 8, where they were actually like all working together as one to drive shit forward. By all means, go ahead. I'll tell you what, Wolflord. I'm gonna hit up the page for that mod again, and then I can add you through there. All right. But to also like kind of talk about things as well, there's just a lot of things in regards to like that I felt like could have been done even within the 9-episode gap that probably would have been resolved had Goose actually just had writers with her, but she didn't. She was the sole writer of the show, whether it was by choice or they just couldn't like give her like more writers is besides the point. The show definitely suffered in ways because of it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like there's even some scenes in episode. There's a lot of things about the finale, for example, that really upset me. For example, Ragatha is my least favorite character in the show, but not because out of any dislike for her or anything of the sort, but it's because I feel like she's not given as much as she probably deserved. She feels like a character that was heavily set up in a lot of the promo material and even in the pilot to be as part of this main trio of Jax, Pomni, Ragatha, and she was there, sure, like she was there in episode 1, but not really like too much in episodes 2 and 3, at least not as much as. There's just like I really have problems with the relationship of Ragatha and Pomni. Because the closeness that the two have just doesn't feel earned. It doesn't feel genuine. It like the fact that I genuinely think that if you have to straight up say you're my closest friend or you're the best thing that's happened to me, if you just like I feel like I don't think that's a good thing to say narratively for your characters, like, because it spells it out, but in a way that's like, why do you I'm just left sour because there was just nothing that I was given to really just convey that closeness. I have no reason to believe that Pomni is really like close with anyone. Like, obviously she feels the closest to Jax based on the shit that's happened as of recent, but really they haven't even really spent that much time together. And I can only really infer and the thing is, the reason why Jax feels earned is because there was stuff that was done in episode 5 and episode 6 even like begins with them walking, talking, and hanging out with each other. And at this point, at that point in time, like, no, yeah, exactly. How would time? Yeah, like, the thing is that I don't know how time passing would work, but the thing is, it's quite evident that episodes 1, 2, and 3 all take place within like a couple of days with each other. That much, at the very least, I know. Episode 6, Jax has the line to Pomni saying, you want to, like, you know, get off those weeks of rage and anger and, like, weeks of rage and frustration. Then there's nothing like, and episode 4 takes place directly after episode 3 because like, and I mean like directly after, like it couldn't have been like a day or so after, because of just the quite evident that of the reference to the Mildenhall Manor adventure. And just Kane seemingly has them go on these adventures like daily. So the gap between so somewhere between the gap of, there's just some kind of gap between 4 and 5 that seems to be kind of wide, whereas 1 to 4 just seems to take place within days of each other. I have like, as much as I love the show and its characters, there's also a lot of problems I have with how it represented certain things. Like, look, there's so many parallels that were set up in the show that like ultimately fell flat and were not fleshed out in the ways that they should have. And in my opinion, it was oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh my god. Anyway. Like, for example, this is gonna sound really fucked up. I think Zubal's whole dysphoria arc was unearned. And the way that it was just done was not good at all. I genuinely think, like, Zubal's dysphoria was straight up spelled out to us, you know, in episode 3. But I feel like it should have been done in different ways. For example, in the pilot, we have Zubal being taken apart, you know? Yeah, we had the glowing Xeno taking Zubal apart, and the others have to rescue him. Yeah, we have Zubal, you know, being taken apart, and everyone has to rescue him. But that's all we really get of her entire dysphoria arc. But I think we should have gotten more from them, you know, like have him go on more adventures where the body is a detriment, where they fall apart, and then they need to have and like it comes out of detriment to them, and it comes out of detriment to the others because they need to make sure that she gets through. And like, and that would just lead to them just feeling like uncomfortable, like disgusted, just feeling like that they're just them cursing the body that they came with. But then as it goes on, they learn to accept that, and maybe even, and as we saw in episode 7, when he was trying to hide from Kane, and obviously, you know, obviously Gangle, like, you know, was looking for them. You know, they purposely took themselves apart as a means to kind of use that to their advantage and, you know, squeeze in, like, you know, small spaces for a sense of privacy. That's them using the body to their advantage and turning something that they had great discomfort in into something of a strength. But the thing is that, like, I really wish we could have gotten more with Zubal's dysphoria rather than it just being said flat out to us and then have it just be kind of resolved later down the line. It never, like, I could see the dysphoria coming into the fact that Zubal can fall apart, and therefore it doesn't make it very good for adventures or anything. But instead, all we really get is just him saying it flat out to us, and then, but every episode she's wearing a different part. and and eventually it gets to one that works out for them, and but that was like kind of deserving like of its own. That should have been an epic, like if man, like I'm only just like, look, I'm getting upset and like I'm getting upset just thinking about it, but it's not because I think the show is bad or anything like that. I think the show ultimately is good, and at the end of the day, like, someone tried to once tell me that, oh, I think you just want a different show. I didn't. I got the show I wanted. I wanted an ensemble-based character show that, with episodes focusing primarily on the characters and their faults and strengths and so on, but we didn't, ooh, shit. We did, like, get that to some extent, but I just don't think it was given, I don't think it was really done in a way that was just satisfactory, in my opinion. And it's really funny to me, because people try to shit on people who don't really care for how the show wound up being, saying that, like, oh, all these criticisms, like, boil down to, oh, it's not what I wanted it to be. Do you know how a fucking review works? Like, do you know how a review works? Like, yeah, there's one thing to kind of expect something to be that it's not, but ultimately, a review is just like them talking about that, what they wanted, what they liked, what they disliked, and what they wanted. And, sometimes, people just don't get what they want. And, that's okay. That's okay. All things considered. Oh, Saboy Shaggy, thank you for the raid. Holy shit. Wow, we got someone... Wow, you on this game too? No, yeah. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, So we're in here talking about, or like I'm in here talking about Digital Circus. Oh, you were playing Monster Hunter. Okay, wow. Thank you for selecting me then. Holy hell. Wait for like 12 hours? Goddamn, you're a real trooper. I could never even play my favorite games for that long, in one sitting. Like, even for the things I love more than anything, I could never do for more than like a few hours at a time. You caught me, ranting about Digital Circus to the chat here. By the way, this whole discussion started because I was talking about how much I love Yuri in media. But anyway, so Draven, if you're still here. Draven, okay, yeah, Draven, you're right there. So yeah. So, oh my god, you played Gears for like 4 hours prior to the 12 hours of fucking Monster Hunter? Jesus, man. Holy hell. But Draven, so do you want to know something really funny? So yeah, I said I don't really like a tragedy that much. Even though it is Yuri, I don't really care for it that much for certain reasons. But, however, but as I said, I typically only like Yuri. I only like, like lesbian stories and media and all that stuff. Because, I don't know, they often have some of the most fucked up stories ever. Some of the most fucked up and dark stories ever. But anyway. But I was a huge Funny Bunny shipper. Yeah, I mean, I still am. I am a huge Funny Bunny shipper in the Amazing Digital Circus fandom. And I remember thinking, before episode 9 came out, I was thinking to myself, wow, like, I only like Yuri ships, but something about Funny Bunny does something for me. Something about Funny Bunny just feels like the same, like, satisfying quota that a lot of the Yuri ships do. And then episode 9 dropped, and I'm like, oh my god, this was fucking Yuri the whole time. Like, I used to joke saying that Funny Bunny was spiritually Yuri, and then episode 9 drops, and it says, oh no, this has actually been Yuri the whole time. It was always Yuri. My het gem was secretly Yuri gem. No, yeah, because like I normally don't like a lot of like het relationships in media because I find that a lot of them, the way that some of them are written are just like. There is only I'm trying to think about any like het relationships in media that I genuinely like. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. You know, like I figured someone out there might like it because I like it. You know, the key to making content is to make shit you like, because if you like it, there's a chance someone out there is going to like it. Oh no! But yeah, my het gem was secretly Yuri gem. But yeah, I'm trying to think about like het relationships in media. Okay, no. Wriggling in regular show. Rigby Eileen is fucking glorious. I love those two. I loved those two the whole time. Yeah, no, Wriggling is het gem for sure. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't like any ships in Avatar: The Last Airbender, even the official ones. I don't know why. I don't like the romance in that show. I just don't think it was really done well.
Bombs everywhere, people.
Don't
Watch
shoot that car.
yourself.
Oh shit! So did I make contact with her? Did I touch her? I didn't even know I touched her. Oh well. This is campaign, so I'll be in the closet soon enough. Who do you think is the biggest fumbler? Like, of the show, or are you gonna do the whole, like, who's a bigger fumbler between... Oh, no, Mordecai. Dude, Mordecai is... Oh, my God. Mordecai... Oh, dude, the shit at the... Oh, my God. The shit that he did at... Nothing will ever compare to what happened at Muscle Man's wedding. Like, Mordecai was just genuinely, like, dog. Like, what the fuck, man? What was happening? No, yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, to be fair, no, yeah, Jax was just straight up, like, handed shit on a silver platter, dude. I personally like, even though like, I think Jax is objectively worse just because of where his shit goes, but for the funnies, I'm gonna say Mordecai's the biggest fumbler. Like, dude, how do he treated CJ so dirty, dog? Like, on multiple occasions. He treated CJ so dirty, dude. Like, every single time I watched Mordecai fumble the bag or just be a weirdo, dude, I literally had to look away from the screen. I could not stomach it. I was getting secondhand embarrassment. No, yeah, he really fumbled two bad bitches, dude.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Relax, I'm coming.
Biggest fumbler of today versus biggest fumbler of all time. That's really funny, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mordecai is such a fumbler that it gets, yeah, no, that it gets uncomfortable. That's really funny. Like, even before Gooseworks flat out, okay, like, if there's one thing I can say about Gooseworks, I need her to shut the fuck up, dude. I genuinely need Gooseworks to shut the fuck up, man. Like, on those, like, Tumblr ass that she's doing as of late, man. Like, I wish she would just stop answering questions. Not just bad questions or anything, just questions, period. We don't need to know everything, and please stop playing into that. Because you're just pissing me off. Like, I remember, like, the thing that really upset me was the one that like, I get some of it is fun stuff, like, oh, what are the names of the, like, some of it can be, like, fun things, like, oh, what are the names of like, Ribbit and Queenie and Kaufmo, like, you know, the real names. And, you know, some of it is fun stuff like that. You know, or what would Jax's name be upon transitioning? But the problem I have is the one that really pissed me off was the one that was all like, oh, what did Pomni and Ragatha talk about, you know, like after the award show in episode 6, and then she just flat out said, you know, whatever it. She just flat out said like, oh, you know, what she talked about with Kinger. I'm like, can you not? Like, well, I knew that, but I knew that, but once again, it just serves as a reminder that you knew what the conversation was going to be. You know what it probably should have been, but you didn't give us that. You know, ultimately, we weren't given that. And in my opinion, that conversation is something we should have been given. And this is also a problem that I am going to have with the characters themselves. And I will say time and time again, I think Ragatha got completely fucked in the narrative. She's not even my favorite character, but she could have been, or at least she could have been easy top 3. The thing is that Pomni's number 1, Jax is number 2. Jax might be number 1 because I'm starting to realize that he's the only one that pushed shit forward in the actual direction that it could have gone. But either way, the thing that I'm trying to get at is that like, TADC should have either been I really think a lot of the issues with TADC could have been solved if it was given more than 9 episodes. In my opinion, and if you want my honest opinion, I think episode 9 should have been 3 episodes. Should have been 3 20-minute episodes, or 3 20 to 25-minute episodes, or however long. Episode 1, it should have been a 3-parter. Episode 1, of that 3-parter, should have been about rebuilding the circus, and then it ends with a cliffhanger on Jax's abstraction. Episode 2 of the 3-parter would have been focused on Jax and the abstraction and everything that we saw and all that stuff. And then, the final one would be about Keen's return and then, wrapping everything up. Because look, it's a 55-minute episode, but somebody did the math, and more than 41% of the finale is centered around Jax. More than 41% of the finale is centered around Jax, and that's kind of a problem. More than anything else. Everything else is a lot more evenly split, but Jax takes up most of the goddamn pie chart. I'm saying this as somebody who loves the character. You guys saw I made a fight stick around the character. I put stickers all over a fight stick around the character. I love this character. But as I said, you can make Jax a stronger character without even needing to change anything. Do you want to know how you make Jax a stronger character without changing him at all? Make the other characters around him stronger. Because the thing about an ensemble cast in anything, TV shows, movies, video games, for example, what do you love about Left 4 Dead's characters? Their chemistry, how they bounce off of each other. Everyone is very fun. Everyone's very fun, and the ways that they bounce off of each other is very great. And it never really feels like that there's any time where it felt like that the writers favored one character over the other. I don't know who the writer's favorite character is. I can't tell based on how well they all interact with each other. But obviously it's not quite the same. Left 4 Dead is a game that requires a different scope, entirely than the Amazing Digital Circus. But still, all the characters are strong because Francis would not be as great as he is without Lewis, and vice versa. Or, for example, once again, this might not be the best example, but I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna think about when Akira Toriyama was alive, he said that Piccolo was his favorite character. And in my opinion, at first I was surprised, but then I actually gave it some thought, and then I realized what he ultimately is kind of done with what he ultimately did with Piccolo, prior. What he ultimately did with Piccolo, and all that stuff. He let Piccolo, in some ways, be a character. He gave him his cool moments and all that, but however, he didn't gas him up so much that he completely outshines everyone else, or even the people who are supposed to be the main characters. He allowed him to be one of the main characters without being the main character. And that's ultimately kind of the problem with Jax, is that he became the main character instead of being one of the main characters. That's ultimately one of my problems with the show. The thing about an ensemble, and once again, I don't know what the reasoning is for being the only writer on the show. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's did she ask to be the only writer on the show? Because I can see, if she wanted to be the only one because she wanted to have full creative control and all that. Or maybe they didn't have the resources to give her a team of writers or anything of the sort. But regardless, the fact of the matter is that the show ultimately was hurt because of it. And I feel like if Goose wanted to make something where she was the sole writer, more or less, then this should have been a book or a comic or something. Not a full show with not like a full show with a whole ass production team around it. I would have read that book. Like I do read books, genuinely. Name 10 books. but like I am a reader, like I always have been. And look, like, but despite like all the shortcomings of it, no, yeah. And like, I hope that whatever work she goes on, like from there on out, I hope she genuinely learns from her mistakes and all that stuff. But, however, I'm always gonna lament of the potential of what could have been. Even though I ultimately do like what we got, I'm always gonna lament what could have been. And the reason why I care about it so much is because the show, like, the show in general likes to tie a lot of parallels, and that in of itself is its greatest strength, but also biggest weakness. Parallels with the characters, parallels with source material, and so on. Alright, hold on. If I could kill this tank in time. Don't. Sick. But, either way. Like I just said, I like what I got at the end of the day. I just recently bought the finale poster. Yeah, I got the finale poster and all that stuff. So clearly, I still like the show. I'm not like, even if I don't think the ending really stuck the landing in the way that I felt like it should have, I'm not gonna be one of those people who'd be like, "Oh, the ending sucks, so that means the show sucked." No, I think the ending was fine in concept. Never once did I believe that they were gonna escape the surface. I did not believe that for a second. I clocked that ending back in episode 2 was the most recent one, because the ending shot of like Pomni like seeing herself falling in the hole, but the others are there to save her and all that shit. The moment I saw that, I'm like, oh, like the ending is gonna be about her like accepting that this is like her life, you know, this is her home here. I have problems with Goose and the cast being like, oh, the ending is so crazy, no one's gonna be able to predict like where it's gonna go, and I fucking like I knew it, dude. I knew it was gonna go there back in episode 2. You're not fucking like that's another problem I had with Goose and the show is like she needed to just not interact with her goddamn fan base, dude, or at least not interact with it on like as much as she did, because look, I understand misdirect, like trying to you know misguide, misdirect, you know, your fan base, make them think like, oh, like, you know, they like think they think they're going it this way, well, haha, I'm gonna go this way. But and I get it, like, you know, if you want to really throw yourself for a loop, if you really want to throw your audience for a loop, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that it's like, stop acting like you just, she kept acting like she was like playing some 4D chess game when I could see exactly where she's moving. I knew exactly where she was moving. The show was so predictable, but that's not a bad thing. I think if people know the direction of where your show is gonna go, that means they're following along. If your show is predictable in that it's like cookie cutter and all that stuff and it's not interesting, then that's another problem. But the thing is that you can use tropes that have been overdone. You're allowed to use tropes that are overdone. You're allowed to be predictable, but you need to stick the landing. Your execution has to be there. And unfortunately, I feel like critics in general have kind of like made the concept of being predictable and all that stuff to like critics in general have kind of made the idea of something being predictable or tropey like as a bad thing. Like they made it seem like just the concept of it in general is a bad thing, but it's not. It's fine. It's there for a reason. You know, it's been done this long for a reason because it's good. It works. You know, and so because of that, people want to strive to be different, to stand out so bad. But I don't know. I don't know, man. And yeah, I know I had problems I had problems with her, and even the cast being like acting like it was gonna be some 40 chess like fucking like rug pull, but it wasn't. Maybe if you're like 12, it is, but me not. I have played a lot of I have played and read and like I have played, read, and watched a lot of meta defining like media. You're not gonna like take me by surprise. You're not gonna take me for a loop like say Metal Gear Solid 2 did. That was crazy. Okay. Let's see. But no, yeah, like I really like weapon even. See, but okay. Okay, so I think yeah, we are coming up on we're coming up on 4 hours. So I think that's as good of a time to end it as any. You know, I want to see if there's anyone else playing Left 4 Dead. Let's keep this train rolling. If we can get, let's see if there's anyone playing Left 4 Dead 2. All right, I see this. Ooh, it's Miss Court. This Miss Court lady. She looks like she was playing Dark Souls earlier. She's been streaming for almost as long as I am. Let's raid her. Let's raid her. Wait. I just want to make sure she's still streaming. I don't want to raid someone who's just about to get off, you know? But yeah. So yeah, let's raid her. Wait. Oh my gosh, she's about to sign off. Never mind. She's about to sign off. Fuck, dude. I want to raid her so much. She's got a cute VTuber. Like, there.
No, you're stuck with me, Twitch. You're stuck with me.
Oh no, she's just getting off TikTok. Okay, sick. You know, let's rate her. So, Miss_Court. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you all, everyone. I hope you all have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. I hope you enjoyed the new video. And, you know, I might see you tomorrow, I might not, but let's figure that out soon enough. Either way, I'm Monica, and I'll be seeing you another time. Bye-bye, everyone.